Welcome to this second session of our conference. My name is Antonio Peral. I'm going to be in charge of the moderation of the sessions for today. So I'm the head of service for the protection and conservation in our Alhambra Council, and I am also the architect in charge of the conservation area. So I'm very happy to be here and to have this opportunity to give a hand to our organizers, and I'm sure we're going to have a very interesting and insightful presentations today. So we're dealing today with all the mechanisms of protection in case of risks, threats, or disasters. So as you know, the World Heritage Sites are very active socially nowadays, and we are very aware we have to be committed to the response in the event of disasters. So it is an issue that we care about, and we work actively to offer responses as public organisms. And we are very sensitive as well, and we are very aware of unexpected situations that can happen and that can be very harmful for our sites. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but we do know that being prepared is the only way, and it's a possibility we have available as organizations, as public organizations, and also as society. We have to be ready to deal with the risk situations. It's very obvious, and we're going to be dealing with that this morning. We're going to be analyzing case studies of earthquakes that are very harmful for our heritage sites, and some damages are forever, so are impossible to recover. So in many cases, restorations they come to an end, and there is a point that we can't go further. So we have limitations in terms of the interventions for restoring or recovering a site. Whenever there's a fire or an earthquake, there is a damage, and the damage is there, and we have the capacity only to prevent and to be ready. And we can reduce those damages, and we can offer a very quick response in order to avoid further damages or very deep damages or very serious damages. So for the sessions, the different interventions of today, we have a very good speakers, and I'm sure it's going to be very interesting. We're going to start with Juan Carlos Molina Gaeta. He's my very good friend, so I'm going to make an introduction that's going to be very positive, of course. But he's going to be analyzing something that we've discussed in other occasions, but he's going to show us what was the behavior after the earthquake in Lorca and which are the lessons learned. So we have real-time images how the church in Lorca and many other buildings were affected by this disaster, actually. And there was an excellent professional team, and we learned that teamwork is essential when working with heritage, and we need to have a perfect organization, and this is the way to respond to these disasters. So as I just said, he's going to analyze in the Lorca case, the Lorca earthquake, and different measures that have been adopted ever since regarding the management or the reaction in case of disaster, and some recommendations by UNESCO and other agencies. In conservation, we have to be very aware of the need of prevention or preventive conservation. That is a key element in order to minimize the damages. So without further ado, I give the floor to Juan Carlos. Well, good morning. Good morning, first of all. Once again, good morning. Well, I think we're like family here, right? So I'm not going to be like giving a lecture, nothing too formal. So I just want to share our experiences, our lessons learned that are not written in the books you're seeing on screen. So this is a picture of books that have been affected by the extreme rainfall in Valencia, the Dana, the last disaster here. So I would like to, to make you feel free to ask any questions you may have or to make comments if you want. And let's start by talking about the emergency cases or issues that in Spain were working quite well since 2011. Many actions have been taken by the administrations, the national government, and things were going very good. But lately, I think we are too relaxed. And whenever we have the situations such as in the mosque in Cordoba, and also all that has to do with World Heritage Sites. And then in those cases, there is a higher level of alert. But in general terms, the emergency situations and emergency management is now a priority. So we have to be very careful, and we have to implement a work philosophy that has to be active and that has to be updated every day. This is our final conclusion, right? There are mechanisms, there are tools, but those are not the object of my intervention. Here we have the famous safeguard plans and all that. But the thing here is not just having documents, but we need to have a working philosophy that is very well implemented and that has the goal of protecting the heritage sites, right? What will be seen today is what was the action or what were the different processes in these emergency and post-emergency situations. So we're going to see what were the actions taken during the emergency and also post-emergency. And we've had the opportunity to learn in many other situations, for instance, or from many other events, such as the Mexican earthquake and other events. So that was our working methodology. I'm not going too much into detail, but just to let you know, Lorca is a municipality that is the second in Spain in terms of surface. So it's a very big municipality with 100,000 inhabitants. It is in Murcia, and it is the third municipality in terms of inhabitants. Well, I won't be explaining too much the earthquake situation, but it took place in 2012, it is a part. Well, it took place in the Falla de Alhama. So we're going to be dealing with other colleagues that know more about all the specifics of the seismic science. So they know more about it. Apparently, there's going to be another earthquake here in this particular area. We don't know when, but apparently soon. So at that time, in 2012, on the 12th May, there were a number of small earthquakes, let's say not too strong, but they started to affect the sites of Lorca. So from the first one on the 12th and up to the 17th May, there were 103 aftershocks, right? A lot of activity. So after the earthquake, which were the first measures adopted or the first actions taken? We didn't have an emergency plan. Well, there was only one document regarding a potential situation with a very high level of destruction of sites, right? So we have this historic ensemble in Lorca, which is quite important, and it's classified in 3 types of buildings. We have the BIC monuments, around 40 buildings, and one of them is grade 1. Then we have other buildings of grade 2, and then a number of buildings of grade 3, which are the the most humble housing buildings, let's say, but there is still a very important heritage, a very important part of the heritage. So this is the picture showing all the buildings that were classified at the time, that were included in our catalog, in the heritage catalog. So on top you see all the castle, the fortress, and on blue you see BIC grade 1 and grade 2, and then all the rest most of them are grade 3. So on the whole, it is a quite important heritage site. So the earthquake affected the whole city and the whole municipality, of course, in terms of all the buildings. There were different there were houses, of course, but also chapels, fortress, and damages were very significant. And apparently it was the highest structural destruction of the city since our civil war. So as I was saying, predictions about the future seismic activity is there, right? So the fault goes in there, it is there, so it's going to be more seismic activity. I could tell you anecdotes, but you have to tell me when I run out of time. I remember once we were in the Historic Heritage Institute. We were having a meeting with the technical commission. There was an aftershock of this earthquake, so in Lorca. And the technician, the practitioner representing the city hall, she got super stressed, but very, very stressed. And it was like 5 years after the earthquake. So this is in their bodies, right? So they feel the earthquake very strongly still today, still 5 to 6 years after that. And there are some topics we can't talk about, and we made an exhibition about the earthquake, and we installed a table, a seismic table, in order to show a little bit the situation. And we were banned to do that because everyone gets very, very, very stressed when talking about the earthquake. As I was saying, many monuments and many houses were damaged. And the first action taken was to carry out a designation, because this is another one of the lessons learned, and we have to decide who's going to follow up, who's going to monitor all the actions with the monuments. So at the time, there was no structure. We had the ministry, an emergency unit, and the historic heritage service, and then the technicians of the municipality, right, of the city hall. So the municipal technicians, they left a little bit aside all the monuments, and they focused on housing in the old city. So all that had to do with inspection, monitoring about cultural heritage was the responsibility of World Heritage technicians or cultural heritage technicians. So those were responsible for that. I talk about disassembly and not demolition, because it's a precision I want to make, because demolition for buildings of grade 1 and 2 require a resolution by the department, so by the regional department. So there is a technical responsibility. Not everyone can carry out inspections. This is important. So we're talking here about dismantling instead of demolition. And as an anecdote as well, and this has to do with the earthquake in Mexico, whenever they carried out an inspection after the earthquake, the person carrying out the inspection was shown with a picture of his face in the door of the house, with the corresponding report saying that because it was forbidden to take out any material. It was absolutely forbidden, because these are not only like rubble, but these are elements that can be used for inspection, and so this debris. So what we did in Lorca then was to name an architect that had already carried out works in that building, and then this person would be responsible for the first inspection. This is what we did, the first action taken, with all these designations of architects to carry out the inspections. You can see here some pictures, some of them very famous. They were on TV, and everyone was very stressed, and everyone wanted to do everything, and we needed to organize things. And everyone wanted to demolish and to take decisions very fast, make very dramatic and fast decisions. And we were able to stop some of these decisions and to calm down a little bit everyone. So we stopped the demolition of some towers of churches. They wanted very fast to call the machines, and sometimes we made inspections and were like, who's authorizing these demolitions? They were asking us, and we were like, no, we're going to try to keep your building. So we're in charge of the conservation and not destruction, right? We don't want to demolish. We saved many buildings, actually. The easy way out is to demolish, but there are consequences, and we've seen these consequences now in 2026 of these too fast demolitions. So we established a model a report model with a standard form, and we copied that from the chart. The chart works very well in this kind of situations. It works very well. So congrats, because they had an architect from the church, and they carried out an inspection of all the churches. So we know each other. So I can tell you this as a secret confession, right? And there is an insurance, right? And the insurance works very well because they ask for a report, a very complete report, a very thorough report. So we found that this standard report was very exhaustive, and so we copied it and we shared it with the different inspectors for the different buildings, in particular the BIC buildings. So inspections were carried out by the heritage services with the help of the emergency unit of the General Direction of Arts. That was the only one that was functioning at the time. So we learned a lot, all that has to do with identification and how to go from one place to another, because we are working in a collapsed area. There are no hotels, no food, no water. So this is something to consider as well in the plans. We cannot just go like that. So there is an earthquake in Guadix tomorrow, so we take our cars and we go there. No. If we do that, we are a problem. We become a problem. So there is a mechanism to manage all that on the emergency unit from the ministry. They needed to find a place to sleep. They didn't have a place to sleep. They didn't have food, and they didn't even have clothes. So yeah, small details, but yeah, there are no lanterns. Yeah, if we have no light, we need lanterns, right? And later on, we've been learning the need of a mechanism to foresee all those aspects, all those details. So we had these buildings, as I said, grade 1, and all the heritage services. The practitioners and technicians from the municipality participated here as well, and some specialized architects. And for other kind of buildings, we had the services of restoration and the museum, the archaeology museum as well. And this is a very interesting image. If we have somebody from the administration here, you're going to understand me very straightforward, right? There were 2 law decrees that were approved. The first one on the 13th of May, the next day, and it is about protection of people mainly, and for the reestablishment of public services after a disaster like this. So in that area, we worked with 51 monuments or monumental buildings, and then a second decree approved on the 31st of October with additional measures. This is important because, as you know, when working after an emergency or during an emergency, we have to take action, and there is a key question: who's paying for it, right? Because I'm going to install a number of tools and things and machines, and who's paying for all this?
So now, well, we have a regulation that is being prepared, and now it's like who's going to install this scaffolding. The company will guarantee the project, so scaffolding was a priority at the time. Well, that's the way it is. And there were consequences because afterwards someone has to pay for those for the scaffolding, and then there's an auditor and a technician guaranteeing that these are the measures that are required to guarantee and safeguard the safety of people. And we've insisted a lot in saying that this needs to be changed so that cultural heritage is included in the emergency measures, because if we block the entrance to a building, we can protect the security and safety of people, but that's all. We cannot protect the heritage. So the technician, the expert, had to assess the justifications and documents sent by the documents regarding the first measures taken. And then some people sent some documents on works carried out beforehand, in some cases some means of transportation, sort of a vehicle that had been purchased at the time, but that was in fact an pre-existing need. So there were issues because there were some people who were asking to cover costs that did not correspond to the earthquake damage. And this was a very delicate situation, because many of those costs had to be refused because people were, in fact, trying to get some extra costs from that. So we really need to make sure that there's an auditing and that the costs that are paid for are the ones related to the emergency. There was a second decree that had the goal of protecting the building in relationship to rainfall, like in the mosque in Cordoba. And there were not so many problems there. 3 different administrations were involved, or each building was analyzed individually. The needs were defined, and this was solved very quickly in a record time, and in order to protect the buildings from rainfall. So here we have the scheme of the different administrations, levels of the administration that are involved, and what the responsibilities are. The ministry in the national government, Ministry for Culture, agreed to prepare the master plan, which is an essential tool. And then in our case, we were in charge of the emergency measures and follow-up and so on. This is a scheme that defines how we collaborate. The basic tool passed by the Council of Ministers, and here we're talking always about emergencies, right? So this is the master plan for the recovery of the cultural heritage of Lorca. This is a tool, a document that has been working pretty well until 2024. That was the final year. So from 2012 or 2013 all the way till 2024. So it's been operational for quite a long time. And this tool, we can clearly see in it what needs to be done, the players that are implied, and the means that are going to be used. Let's imagine that the company Repsol comes and says, okay, I will fix the Santiago church. Okay, that's fine. It will be included in this master plan so that everyone knows what is being done by the different players or different entities. Also, we took into account the insurance in policies in this plan for the church, also the case of houses, for example, for individual people who live there. And there's a separation between the individual and the building requirements. So we had to ask for all the documents involved because, for example, if an individual received 100,000 euros in the insurance policy, then we had to check the amount that was actually allocated to the building. That could be only 70,000, and 30,000 were for appliances, for example, within the house, the household. Also, everything that was not included in the master plan, that was in fact modified from time to time. Well, if someone decided to do something that was not covered by the master plan, it would not receive the funding. It was authorized to carry out actions out of the plan, but not covered by the funds. And here you have the Ministry of Culture, also the General Direction of Cultural Assets, the City Council of Lorca, and also there was the church. And then there was a team of architects that were assessing the modifications that could be included within the plan. And criteria were studied from the technical point of view. And then everything was, all these modifications and technical aspects would be taken to the commission, and the commission had to pass and approve all the actions and measures taken. And also with an auditor from the tax authorities. This commission within the master plan would meet quite regularly, and decisions were made. Here we can see an example. Here we have a data sheet, and the needs would be changing, but the funds were always the same. We're talking about 60 million approximately, and this means that the funds had to be redistributed. So if you spend more in one area, then another area does not have that amount of money available. So we did not agree with that, because it was always houses within grade 3 that were having less funds available, because we would always prioritize the monuments or the heritage that was classified as a good of interest, of cultural interest, a BIC, and not so much the houses, the dwellings where people actually lived. Okay, we don't have much time left, but well, there were other actions besides the works. And here we have some of the data sheets, or the information that was referring to each of the monuments, explaining what was being done. Now, some curious things, for example, the fact that the earthquake demolished the red area there, which were like the restorations that had been carried out. So during the earthquake, those restorations fell down. In some cases, we've only kept the facade, as you can see in the pictures below. And this has led to many consequences, because many of these buildings were demolished inside and only the facades were kept. And now we see the consequences in the sense that there are petitions to declassify the building so that we can use the plot and build something completely new. So here we have the different actions per actor, the administration, private initiatives, municipality, and so on. Here we have the follow-up of or monitoring of the plan, the commission, the mixed commission I mentioned, the technical subcommission. Here we have the regulation defined for the subsidies. For example, for subsidies grade 1 and 2 for individuals, the maximum amount was 350,000 euros, and that was mainly to stabilize the building, also for the roof, and the the maintenance of the architectonic elements, and that was the maximum amount, and that could also cover. There was another threshold which was 80% of the works. 20% of the works had to be paid by the individual, plus 2,000 euros. 100,000 euros if there was some special element that was to be kept in a decoration element that would be considered of particular interest. Here we have a reflection of the administrative complexity. We had an administrative unit of the 3 administrations involved, and we wanted them to be on site, but it was not possible. So we carried out inspections instead, and also some assessment reports with the technicians and ourselves before measures and actions were taken before the works. And everything was verified in terms of the measures and also the states or the proposals obtained, and the inspectors and auditors need to be very strict, otherwise, and have a very good background, because otherwise you can be tricked, because many people tried to cover other types of works with these subsidies, and it was very complex in that sense, and we need to really talk about what is to be done, and we need to have the project for the works and the pricing, and well, in some cases some of the individuals were taken to court. And then there were chapels, like this case where we found Renaissance paintings in the chapel all over, and also we had to consider the amount for each of the works, and in order to recover this chapel, for example, we had to reduce the funds available for the houses, as I mentioned earlier. Also, there were some legal issues, because pantheons, for example, many of them are within grade 1, but this was solved in 2023 finally, 10 years after the earthquake, because the pantheon belongs to the church, let's say, but the individuals are the ones who use these pantheons, and there are people buried there. So it's very complex, because the subsidy is allocated to the owner, so the church here. So this was, very long, 10 years, but we finally solved it. Also, issues with properties whose owners were unknown, and then finally the inheritors appeared from Madrid, and no one knows who's the true owner. Or like on that house on the right, 11 owners, and a person who's actually enjoying the usufruct. And then after 9 years, they decided to donate the building to the city council, because there was no other way out. And then some cases where the owners had a fine that they hadn't paid, or had a debt with the tax authorities, and then they were automatically excluded from the subsidies. So here we can see more pictures, restorations, and lessons learned very quickly. So first of all, robbery. That's the first thing. There's a risk in that sense. And also the actions that are taken, like demolishing, when we're not taking into account the value of the buildings, and also the risk of the inappropriate damages in relation to the evaluation, and also confusions and delays because of the lack of coordination and preparation. Also, this leads us to some other considerations and conclusions. So an urgent need to create immediate intervention units in the services of historical heritage. Those experts and technicians, now there are 4 units of this kind in Spain. One in the ministry, secondly Murcia, Castilla-La Mancha, which is another region, and Catalonia. They also have units too. This is really key, very important. Secondly, we need to include cultural heritage protocols in the civil protection teams, because the heritage expert cannot visit a site after a disaster. If you're alone, you need to go accompanied with the specialized teams, a politician, also in the unit taking decisions, making decisions, and also training. And this includes that you should not use materials or building techniques that could damage the building. They must be appropriate and correspond to the buildings, specific buildings. So here, how they should be included in the protocols and within the teams of civil protection. Also the need to take preventive measures. So in those buildings where there were these kind of protective, preventive measures with the constructive techniques that were appropriate to the building, worked a lot better and gave a better result. And in the 70s, well, using concrete on the basis of the roofs, this has in fact been terrible because of the earthquake. This damaged the buildings even more. In the Santiago church, the dome was cut off, and concrete, that was because of concrete structures that had been added at the time. So concrete, we've seen that is very dangerous for heritage. And here we have all the different measures and also training. On the left with the cross. There you see a picture, a building, and that's the cross represented that the building was to be demolished. But it wasn't demolished in the end. It is a Renaissance palace in the inside, and it was discovered later on. And who drew that cross? Not a heritage technician. Perhaps it was done by someone who passed there and who was in fact an urban developer and who wanted to be able to buy that specific plot to build something else later on. So very careful with that kind of things. Here you see, well, a training that we held here on emergencies some time ago, and it was pretty well. 90 students, 250 additional students online, and we were working on training. And also action priorities in the Sendai framework. Just a second, I'll be soon done. We forget a couple of important things. First of all, that we need to identify threats in detail, and then vulnerabilities and risk. These is very important for us. A threat is a event, physical, that can lead to loss of lives or damages and environmental aspects. We need to know what the threats are in the Alhambra, and then we must consider vulnerability combined to this. So what the vulnerability of the building is, and this will lead to the risk, which is the probability that a threat actually becomes true and generates losses and damage. And this is very important, and we need to take this into account. We need to identify all the values that are going to be in the building, collective and singular values. We need to focus on the collective aspect. We're working with people. The public administration is not working with a piece of paper, and this is really important, and it is not there. It's missing. We need to know the values. And finally, last anecdote. In the last round table we held was with the hospital Niño Jesús in Madrid. And this building is a World Heritage Site. And architects told us what they wanted to do, and we said, no, that's completely wrong. We don't want to know whether this is a facade or whatever, and it's the values that are important. And it was the medical director who described that. And garden that was inside the hospital, that was closed to the outside public, and children who are in that hospital, who are in palliative care, can actually spend time inside that garden with their family members, with their parents. If you don't know the building well, you will make terrible decisions, and you will decide, for example, to remove the garden and have a different type of flooring to make cleaning easier. But that's not the key thing. You need to identify values, and it is with a collective approach that you will identify those values, like in the case of this garden, that you cannot replace it. And in the case of the earthquake in Lorca, people were feeling those values on their skin, and this is the priority. And then once the values are defined, and this is something that we asked someone, would you choose to save this jar or the Virgin in the church in the Alhambra? And that person didn't know what to answer. But we need to reduce risk, and we can do that improving the preparation in case of adverse events. As a final conclusion, well, the safeguarding plan for cultural assets or sites is key. That's our recommendation, and that's all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Carlos, also for all your experience. Well, I had a lot more to say, but well, next time. Well, we have the whole morning. You need a whole morning for you to share your experience. So now the second presentation on the self-protection plan of the Cathedral Mosque of Cordoba and the response during the disaster this summer in August, during the fire that took place on the 8th of August. And we will never forget that. Yes, a date you will never forget. It's marked by fire, exactly by fire. And also the safeguarding plan of the Mosque Cathedral. Agustin Paulo Moreno Moreno, born in Cordoba, doctorate in Lateran University in Rome in 2002, member of the chapter of the Cordoba Cathedral in 2008, and member of the Safety Commission of the Mosque Cathedral since 2015. He's going to talk about the self-protection plan for the Mosque Cathedral that was prepared for the first time in 2005, and with then reviews and new editions until 2023. It is implemented and updated with the qualified experiences of technicians, professionals, technologies, and yes, and the changes in regulation that require these documents to be reviewed and implemented. I suppose that there are many other institutions involved in Cordoba. The firefighters are involved, right? Yes, I will talk about that. Also the local police, national police, civil protection teams, and so on. As Juan Carlos mentioned earlier, well, this is well known for the efficacy of the fire, thanks to the quick detection and response by all the staff when this great disaster took place. So I would like to give you the floor. And I would like to remind you that you have about 30 minutes, but yes, from now, just about 30 minutes. If I take longer, please, I will have to make punishment.
Well, hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to the team of Gardens that has coordinated all this event, and particular thanks to Juan Carlos. It is so important that the people who really know about heritage are the ones that are talking about it. So thank you so much. I have to be very grateful to you. So first of all, the body managing the Cathedral Mosque of Cordoba is the Cathedral chapter since the year 1239. So there is a service, and we're going to be learning it little by little because I'm a priest, but I wasn't in charge of these kind of things. But with time, we learn a lot from the practitioners and the technicians that are very well trained to do so, to do their jobs in the cathedral. So we have this regulatory framework, and we have the self-protection plan that is very well adapted to our site, because Alhambra, for instance, has nothing to do with our cathedral in terms of dimensions, of many other considerations. We have a surface, a total surface of more than 23,000 square meters. So that's a consideration to keep in mind. And we have our first self-protection plan in 2005, and the first regulation is from 2007. It is the Royal Decree from the 23rd of March. So that's one of the key documents for us, right? So this regulation has changed. So we are forced to revise and update our plan. And we have this new plan with Royal Decree 524 2023 of 20th of June that is going to update a number of elements, and we are already working in this updating and revision, always following this regulation, this royal decree. And so our self-protection plans are now that are already in the 7th version, and they are updated, as I said, with the patio, which is a place where we're going to start to receive or to host the visitors. It is also a place used for education activities, such as those mentioned by Pedro. Congrats on your work here in the Alhambra. You made your presentation just today, and you carry out an excellent education work here in the Alhambra for the different types of audiences. It's not the same to address an activity to primary school children or to university students. So congratulations on that. And following with our experiences that could be helpful, of course, I'm going to share all my documents with you if you need them. And I'm going to focus on a number of elements. First of all, multiple and progressive detection. This was very useful for us because we have different height levels, so it's not the same to determine like a level of detection 1 meter or 15 meters. So these different levels are very interesting because the safety guards, they have to check, for instance, an alarm, and an alarm cannot be a fire, you know. And for instance, with the big blackout, when we didn't have electricity in the whole country, so a number of alarms started to be active. So we have different levels in this sense. And we're very happy with our system. This is a unified system with the reception unit. So we have a double alert system. We have the safety guard on site, and we have somebody outside that is also following or monitoring those alarms. And it is very important because the person can have some kind of problem or maybe go to the toilet or not be in the room for whatever reason. So it's important to have these two levels. We also have the network of water that has also been very useful. It has to be distributed throughout the all different levels, 0 level, 16 meters level, and even 30 meters in the big chapel. So it was a very useful system for the firefighters. I'm going to explain that a little bit afterwards with the drills, because firefighters are really independent. They know what they're using, their hoses and their equipment, and when they have to reach out to a difficult point or site inside the cathedrals, they need to know very well the hydrants network. And so they knew that because we had carried out a number of drills, so that was super useful. And all the drills helped us unifying the hoses, 45 millimeters record Barcelona, that's the model. We unified the hoses, so the firefighters didn't need to carry out all this equipment on this by the stairs all throughout the place. So yes, we also have in the archive we have a liquid called Novec. I'm not sponsored by the brand, right? Sometimes in the working sites, people look for commissions or sponsoring, but liquid Novec 1230, it's very useful for extinguishing fire. And we have this product ready there because we have in the archive more than 600 incunable elements. So whenever a fire starts, you need a number of hours to extinguish it. So yeah, Okay, so other activities such as ongoing monitoring during 24/7 and a safety guard in the room and also circulating by the whole place. And we also have particularly sensitive areas such as the coverage or the covering areas. And we had the visit of the firefighters of Paris, and they were amazed by our system, actually. So it's very important to have hoses near the roof, because it can be very long. It can take a long time to get there. So we need to have all this equipment ready, and we learn a lot from the Paris firefighters, and they learn a lot from us as well. So it was mutual. And for all the churches in general, the most vulnerable places are the places where we have candles, where we have a particular celebration, and that requires a very high number of candles. It happens whenever we are there is some competition between different celebrations, and there are other heat sources such as the music or sound equipment, and so we have been required to change the distribution, and there are many other dangerous elements such as the clothing we're using, and some of them are we can have in a very high number. So the storage areas for the clothing can be very dangerous as well. And this is a church, a cathedral that is in use. So things are happening and we're moving things, and there are places more or less vulnerable or dangerous. So we have outside the cathedral, we have 6 big rooms for hard storage. And so we need 500 chairs and that we install at particular moments. We need warehouses, actually. So we have the periodic or regular drills. It is an essential action, so we make inside and outside drills. Somebody here told me that I was there during a drill. So we usually ask people from the government and from the regional department to come and to witness or to attend to our drills. And of course, the updating of the plan, institutional coordination, all those are key actions. And for us, the most useful action was the drills. Drills have been extremely useful for all the stakeholders here. So in 2012, we started with a drill after a fire that took place in the archive because of an aerosol that started with a little bit of smoke, and everything was very close, so it didn't go too far. But when the firefighters opened the doors, then fire started. And then we carried out different drills. And then later on in 2018, we called upon the head of firefighters. We were like, we want you to be here. We want you to come here. We have a number of reasons, and you have to help us. So, and yeah, first of all, you'll have the visit of the heads of the service, and so that's on the 7th of November, 2018. This is after Paris, right? And so we have the high-level heads of the service that come to visit, or the commanders. So they were visiting the place. They were very interested by the place, but they wanted to know, what do we do with these books in the event of a fire? So how do we take it out of the archive? Where do we take it? So there are a number of practical considerations that they were interested in. And so we started designing these drills, and we also have the help of a civil protection service. So because we have to carry out the drills when we have tourism visitors, we have to put them out and then take them in again. We have to know how many people can be inside. So we started to work on it. I'm going to confess, I hope there is not a penance for me, but usually we make the drills in November and in weekdays because it is a low season, right? And it's very helpful for us to do these drills on that season. So we have to give information to the visitors and tell them they are participating in a drill, and that's very helpful as well. It's not the same to manage 2,000 people than to manage 1,000 people. So, of course, we decided that entrance tickets will be free in case of drill. So if we have a group of Japanese tourists that come to visit this heritage site and then they are not allowed to come back, then we are causing a kind of perturbance to these visitors. So we had to take all that to tackle all those details. This is the video of a 2019 drill, the room number 4. The fire was in room number 4, but it was impossible to see anything around, even though the fire was quite far. So after the fire, the city of Cordoba took out all the people working in delivery, you know. So now they're mad at the city hall. This is a very hot moment, let's say, and we learned a lot from it. A lot of smoke, a lot of people working on a drill. This is the Góngora Chapel, because the rests of the poet Luis de Góngora are resting there. Sometimes the distances between a place and another are very long, and we are very happy with the results of the first intervention and also of the firefighters' intervention. We carry out maintenance activities of the hoses every year. So we test them, we make different tests to be sure they work properly, to be which is the pressure when we are using 1, 2, 3, whatever number of hoses. And we also have the visits of the firefighters of Cordoba. I'm so proud of the partnership and the collaboration between the city, the firefighters, and our institution. So they all came to visit us during COVID. We used the possibility of not having any visitors, and all the firefighters came to visit us. So we had different sections visiting us because all of them wanted to come. All the firefighters wanted to come. They all carried out different kinds of tests. They visited the whole building. They noticed the complexity of the building. This is one of the most difficult areas, difficult to access, and they are built with woods. So whenever there is a fire here, this is a very vulnerable area. We're terrified about having a fire here because we have this window and we need ventilation, but we also have to avoid, for instance, pigeons to come in or other birds. And with the different visits of firefighters, we are very happy because they helped us identify 11 points for improvement. So they all came with the different commanders, and it was so beautiful because they were so helpful for the technical team, but also for the different areas, because what we can see as day-to-day workers of the chapel has nothing to do with the firefighters. For instance, they suggested an improvement of the roof, the whole roofing, because some things we can see at certain times or not. So, and also they propose to have a number of chemical products and also to have a protective box that is fireproof. A fireproof box for flammable liquids. And so we also had the participation of the national police agents, and they help us protecting a certain number of areas. So local police as well, they also participate in the action, and our goal was that all the emergency stakeholders, let's say in Cordoba, they knew the building, because when they have to act, they need to know where the things are, where we have an entrance, where we have an exit. So they needed to know everything. And local police agents, and finally the 38 firefighters we have in Cordoba, they all came. They were very happy because they were just graduated, so they spent like 2 hours, 2.5 hours visiting the building. The head of firefighters, he created like 2 groups of 20 and 20, and they went into detail. They went through all the risk areas, where were the windows in case they have to jump, because we wanted to show them all that. So also the structures, they have to be very well known, because firefighters need to know where to get in and where to get out. We close to the tourism, the areas where we have firefighters, and when they are at the altar as well. And we also have like inside or in-house drills. We have every 2 years drills, some of them with the firefighters and others with the staff. In these drills, we carry out a session, 1 hour session, in order to remind a little bit all the details of the safeguard plan. We have all the staff that is looking at the cameras, and they can watch how the different participants of the drill act. And it is very positive because everyone learns from this. And at some point, we have to be very well coordinated, and we also have to be able to appreciate what all the colleagues do for us, or the members of the staff. So yeah, and many other stakeholders that helped us. Okay, I have to go a little bit now because I just have 3-4 minutes left, right? Okay, I'll be fast. Okay, thank you for your mercy. All right, so very close to the tragedy, we get to the epic. We're very happy now, but we've been through a very difficult time. It's been very hard, and some people, some colleagues, they don't want us to talk about the heat or the fire, because everyone was like, no, don't talk about fire anymore, when we were like reading different passages of the Bible. So our response to the fire, well, these are exclusive data, unpublished data, so you are the very first ones to see it. So In particular, all that has to do with recordings, phone registry, alarm reception, the GoPro camera that the guard carries on. They all show the beginning of the fire. Well, this is all new. The first time I'm sharing this information, and it is absolutely proven and certified by all the different companies that have verified this information. So 9:59, it's the beginning of the fire. We can see this on camera, on different recordings, and this is the process, right? So 21:12, the guard calls calls the CRCA, and so a guard can't attend to all the calls, So 112, they are in other place and they can give the necessary information. So here you see the different actions that were taken, the different the progression of the fire, the first interventions. There were 5 people on the place because there was a night visit that was cancelled, of course. So instead of having 2 people of the staff, there were 3 people, right? All these people from the staff, they have carried out different trainings, and so they acted. We also start calling the emergency heads, and after 3 hours, the fire was under control, right? 3 hours. It took us 3 hours. It was an amazing effort. It was so hot, you can't imagine. In Cordoba, there were 40 degrees. So, thanks God, there was no problem with any people, because fire can turn plum into a very toxic smoke, And in the first intervention, there was no problem, but we have to be very careful because there is plum material, and our staff has masks to protect themselves from the gases, toxic gases, right? So it's very important, and these kind of things, these are practical considerations we can discuss about it. So again, thanks God and thanks to the firefighters, because they got to extinguish this fire, and then the chief of the firefighters declare the fire extinguished. So we have different images, the arrival of the firefighters. This was very hurtful, very painful for all of us. Our heritage was burning, and firefighters, when they arrived, they also had a very hard time, because it is our history burning. So police, firefighters, and here we had a very beautiful intervention. It was like this very small hole or demolition, and so very fast. There is a worker that comes and by hand that opens. It was made by Joaquin, somebody we know, and he's the one repairing here the roof. So if you know how to put something on, you have to know how to remove it. So thanks to him, we could act very fast. These are other pictures of the firefighters that I shared them on the social media. So it's also an important topic. Who can communicate? Who can share these images? This is something to be decided as well. So we had probably some sound system there that was causing the appearance of new fires every time, but we were very fast, very fast. And this is the 20th of August, the first rooftop people's working there. This is my picture, because we had the visits of architects, people for the restoration. We had all the permissions, all the authorizations by the Junta de Andalucía at 12. Very fast. In a couple of hours, we already had the permissions. So it is essential to have a good coordination between institutions, so this action can be taken so fast. And we had a minimum surface affected, but the value is very high. You don't need to have the whole mosque burning to have a very high damage.
And here you can see the area, the surface affected. It's very important. So in the ground floor, 127 meters and a half. I didn't measure this, it was the architects. And I need to thank them because they gave me the information. And the roofing, 149 meters. It's only 0.71% of the whole complex. So value, but we need to have comparisons. So we have this in the media, in the press, Mosque Cathedral is burning, and then we also have two chapels, the vestibule of Saint Nicholas, and also in some areas only some beams. And the key thing is that the firefighters need to come, the firefighters from Cordoba need to teach, and from abroad learning, and the firefighters from Madrid and from Paris, they're coming, also in FOCA, and the counselor of firefighters. I am from Cordoba, I was born there, but I really didn't think about it. But there may be fires in other churches, in villages. Perhaps you're focusing your attention in Cordoba, but everyone should learn. Also the safeguarding plan, very briefly, we have a regulatory framework and it's available if you want to see it. And I'm sorry for the terms I use. I hope that no one considers this wrong way of expressing this, but this for us is our Old Testament. This is what we received first. This is the first document that arrived and helped us a lot to prepare the first safeguarding plan. And I need to thank the previous head of the fire brigade, Mr. Rubio, who prepared this, and also the current head, who has been doing a lot of things and many mediations with firefighters. And also we need to work with firefighters and show them where they have to go. When there's no light at night with smoke, because emergencies might be at 1 or 2 in the morning. We discussed this with Juan Carlos. If you're carrying things because you have to bring things to be safeguarded, how are you going to be carrying the lamp? You need to keep a lamp somewhere also, not only for blackouts. So many practical things that we discovered with them. And the head of the fire brigade will show the documents with the data sheets for safeguarding all the key documents and everything, the historical documents that have been kept in the archive. We have books from the 10th century and also a letter from Saint Teresa. And they all need to learn about all this. So here the firefighters are listening to the head of the archive. And here we have this datasheet, a model, a form for this. And where is our weakest point? We say our plan is done now, it's prepared. And the firefighters told us, okay, you tell me that, because I will come here with not too many people. Just a few firefighters means that 16 people were working in the emergency, but up to 35 came in the end, but 16 were on shift. And sometimes it's difficult and you need to choose. What do I do? Should I go and rescue historical heritage goods, or should I extinguish the fire? But well, other firefighters arrived, and many things could be done. But we now have a culture around this safeguarding plan to safeguard the goods. So firefighters know that things need to be recovered and rescued and safeguarded. And one of these extra things were this tapestry. No damages on it, no fire, no water, nothing. And this shrine, this reliquary that have very special value, and these two elements were not included in the list of things to safeguard. Thank you. Thank you. In the last roundtable, we will be talking about practical aspects, practical things too. So, let's continue. Welcome, Veronica Piacentini, head of the Civil Protection Department in Italy, specialized in protecting cultural heritage from disaster. She is member of ICORP, PhD in Technology Management of Cultural Heritage, expert in prevention, preparedness, and response for movable and immovable heritage or at risk. She has organized national and international training courses for volunteers and professionals, practitioners, developing training standards and participating in key exercises on disaster scenarios like earthquake, volcanic events, floods. She's active in national emergencies and participates in the management of cultural heritage safeguarding. During the 2009 Abruzzo earthquakes, and also in the central area of Italy in 2016, 2017. She has participated in European projects like ProMedi and ProCulture, reinforcing cultural heritage resilience. What else could I say about you? Very active in risk management of cultural heritage, and also working in capacity building and best practices dissemination in this area. And also she's been developing a methodology for these procedures. She's going to be talking about the actions led to the adoption in April 2025 of law, the basis for establishing a dedicated module for cultural heritage protection within the mechanism's structure. So you have 30 minutes for your presentation. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Okay, yes, I am an architect. I work at the Italian Civil Protection Department. I have been working there and for the last 20 years trying to push inside the Civil Protection Department the importance of protecting cultural heritage. So I think that things are getting better because event after event, you know that in Italy we have a lot of dams, almost like in Spain. So we have to face risks every time and of any kind. We understood inside our department that the protection of cultural heritage had to be considered as the other activities to put in place during emergency. But it was a long path, I have to say, a really long path. So today I'm going to talk about the ProCulture project, which is a project, well, it's I would say, a path of projects that have been set up inside the European Commission in these last 10 years. So we started in 2005 and we led 4 different projects on the issue, on the topic of the protection of cultural heritage at risk. Because in 2014-15, at a certain point we said, okay, but we have a lot of experience and we did a lot of experience in all these events. Why don't we compare this experience with the one that Spain or Germany or France has? Because it's important to compare and to share the experience to do better. So we try to collect the interest from other countries, and we participate to this call for proposal, which was from the DG ECHO, the Directorate General for Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid in the European Commission, and they approved the idea of working also on the protection of cultural heritage. I have to say that 10 years ago, this was a matter that was not considered at European level inside the civil protection. But they said yes, so we started to work on that, and then we kept going with that because probably it was, they thought it was good, so they continue financing us with these projects. So, okay, the first thing I have to say is that cultural heritage protection is still considered not a traditional disaster risk management topic. In fact, of course, we know that the first focus for civil protection and for disaster risk management side is during an emergency is to save life. It has to be like that. However, in the last years, in particular, some events which happened in Europe and also abroad raised the attention on the importance of protecting cultural heritage. These are just some examples. Probably the most important one was the fire in Notre Dame, just because Notre Dame is known all over the world. And at that point, the European Commission started to think that the protection of cultural heritage could at least have been included among the topics to work on during the emergency. So, as I was saying, we started working in this kind of projects in 2015. Now we are dealing with the ProCultureNet 2, which will end at the end of this year, or maybe at the beginning of 2026. And the main idea of all those projects was to try to enhance the capacity of responding to emergencies responding to emergencies on the topic of the protection of cultural heritage. So, project after project, we include more and more partners. These are the ones that are working with us, so Italy, France, Spain, Turkey, Germany, and Portugal for the moment. And we try to define a common methodology, so a common language to be accepted, to be comprehensible for all the countries at European level. So like a minimum standard could be considered a minimum standard for everybody. So we also set up this thematic community inside the Union Civil Protection Knowledge Network. So now we have this community which is composed of experts from cultural heritage side and disaster risk management side dealing with the protection of cultural heritage. And those are some of the main outcomes from these projects that we worked on. We don't have a lot of time, so we cannot talk about all of them, but I'm going just to give some tips about the main important results that we achieved. First of all, we published some technical bulletins, and this is an important experience because in each of those bulletins, the main experiences coming from many different countries were collected. For example, we have the experience of the Notre Dame fire, or the experience of the Valencia flood, or the experience of many others. So I invite all of you, if you want to contribute in sharing your experience in these bulletins, because it's important, as I was saying, to share this experience in order to learn more. The next bulletin will come up in a month, in November 2025. And of course, these experiences and case studies are about all the different phases of the disaster risk management process. So there are some dealing with the prevention phase, some other with the preparedness phase, some other with the recovery phase. So we talk about planning, we talk about tools, we talk about procedures, about how to face emergency, what are the lessons learned from the emergencies, okay? And also about technologies, of course. And then we published in 2022 this guideline, this methodology, which is the key elements of a European methodology to address the protection of cultural heritage at risk of disaster. We consider it a living document. In fact, in this moment, we are in a reviewing phase. The new version will come up in a few months because this is, again, the tentative to include all the inputs from all different countries. The ones, of course, first of all, the ones that are participating to these projects, but also from other ones in Europe and also from outside Europe, to give some elements, very important elements, on the topic of the protection of cultural heritage. So, for example, in this reviewing phase, we are trying to include some aspects that we did not include before, such as a part dedicated to how to set up temporary storages during emergency, another part about how to collect cultural heritage debris, and another about shoring. And we also have some templates. We will talk about that in a moment. So this is the index of the methodology. As you can see, we talk about many different aspects, starting from the institutional framework. We talk about planning, about coordination structure. We talk about tools, data management, training, and exercises. Of course, we cannot go through all of them, but I would like to give you some basic elements of this methodology. First of all, the really important point is that even if when a big event happens somewhere, and we know that usually the emergency management authority take the leads to coordinate the emergency. We always have also cultural heritage that are damaged and affected. It's impossible that this is not like that. I mean, we are in Europe, we have cultural heritage everywhere. So the really first important point is to understand, to create a connection between the cultural heritage side and the risk management side. Which means that in a practical way, in the coordination structure that is put in place for coordinating the emergency, so which is led by the Emergency Management Authority, a specific cell or a specific link should be included inside, which is connected to the Cultural Heritage Authority. So in this way, there is a connection and a coordination between these two sides, and this needs to be organized in peacetime. Cannot be fixed when the emergency happens. This is the first point, but of course it's not enough, because to intervene in emergency we need so many actors for the protection of cultural heritage. We have what we call the operative structures, for example, firefighters, police forces, military forces. We have the civil society. We have the research centers, the universities. We have the volunteers, specialized volunteers to help in this kind of activities. And we also have the local community. So we have many of them, and it's very important to understand that only with the involvement of all these actors, an effective protection of the cultural heritage could be put in place. And this is true not only for the emergency phase, but of course, most important in the prevention phase. For example, one good example is the planning phase, because when we talk about planning, it's very important, of course, to have specific site plans dedicated to the cultural heritage for each important site. But the other important point is that these sites need to be connected with the general disaster risk management plan, because otherwise it doesn't work. I mean, if it's a small emergency, it works, but if it's a huge one with many churches, thousands of palaces that have been affected, it's impossible to take in consideration only the small site plans. This should be connected in a general disaster risk management plan. So what we experimented, for example, in Italy, is to try to define for the disaster risk management plan, the general one, to divide it in sectors and to go and be focused for each of these sectors in a specific activity. So for example, you know that we are facing this, in this period the emergency of bradisismic and seismic event in Campi Flegrei, near Naples. And there have been some decrees governmental decrees asking for the publication of specific sectorial plans. And for example, the Ministry of Culture did one for the cultural heritage side. And this is interesting because it's embedded inside the disaster risk management, the general disaster risk management plan, but it's specifically dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. And of course, the site security plans needs to be connected to that one. We also included in this methodology some templates. Again, these templates are minimum standard that could be used in case of the affected country doesn't have one. So if they don't have the already templates that are already organized, that are already published and used at national level, it's a resource that can be used. And it's organized in different levels, but the most important thing from my side is that we also included the part of the intangible cultural heritage. So assessing the impact of cultural heritage after an emergency also means think about the impact on intangible cultural heritage, because this is really an important aspect. And also because I have to say that in the last years, the sensibility of people have been raised on this topic. In fact, also in the civil protection area, the cultural heritage starts to be considered not only something that has to be protected, but it's also a very important means of resilience. Because protecting this cultural heritage means also giving back the identity of this community to them. So it's something that in which the civil protection side should be worked a lot, I think. And then training. So I'm very happy that I heard about training from the two experts that talked before me, because we also came up with the same idea. The really important point is that cultural heritage experts and disaster risk management experts need to work together. And the only way is to train them and to make them work together. So we included in this methodology also, again, a minimum training standard to be applied for working, for let these different people work together, because we have to say that these two groups are very different. They think in a different way, they act in a different way, they talk a different language. And this is true. This is the same in all the world, from my experience, and I'm sure from also your experience. So it's very important to teach and to pass the idea that to work together, they have to talk the same language and to be in the same boat, so to understand and how to do. So we started doing first virtual training because it was COVID time in 2022. And then we did two other training programs about based on the experience and on the contents of this methodology. The first two editions were in 2023 in Tuscany, and we involved 25 different countries from Europe. So half of the people were coming from the cultural heritage side, and half of them were coming from the disaster risk management side. And then in 2025, we organized two more editions of this program in the Caserta Royal Palace. And again, we involved 23 different countries. So at the end, we achieved to train 166 people, coming from 29 different countries. Take into consideration that the Union Civil Protection Mechanism is the mechanism which works at European level to intervene in case of emergency, to help the affected country in case the country asks for that, of course. And it's made of 27 countries plus 10 participating states. So they are 37 in total. And we included 29 of them. Of course, we asked for the participation of everyone, but I think it's a good result that 29 of these countries were interested and asked to participate to this initiative. And then the last point is the exercises, because what we realized was that at European level, I know that in Spain, for example, you used to have a lot of exercises, field exercises dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage at the local and national level. We do the same in Italy. And there are many other countries that do the same, but there are others that still don't work on that. And what we realized was that in the European civil protection exercises that are organized every year in very different places in Europe, the cultural heritage activity was never included. So we started to push in also that at European level, and finally, in 2023, we achieved to include one expert inside the UCP team, which is the European Civil Protection Team, which goes in the affected country to help the country in dealing with all the aspects and all the activities, and also to help the incoming assistance which come from the European Commission. So we achieved to include one expert from the cultural heritage side inside this team. And in 2024, in the Venice exercise that was held in October, we included a real capacity dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. So this was a MODEX. MODEX exercises are put in place every year in 5, 6 different areas of Europe, and are the exercises that are used to test the capacity that we have at European level, so the modules that we have. For example, they used to test the urban search and rescue people, that are the ones that goes into the field to try to find people under the debris, for example. They test the high-capacity pumping module, which is the one that goes to take the water off from the side in flooded area. They test the medical teams, and we achieved to include also a team dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. It came from Germany, in the specific contest, and it was really a great result. Why this is important? Because if we have a look to this Union Civil Protection Mechanism, I was saying this is the mechanism that was put in place in 2021 to respond to the emergencies in and outside Europe, in case it is requested from the affected country, of course. In these 770 response actions that have been put in place, we can count only 2 experiences related to cultural heritage since now. And one is the Mexico experience that we had, because in 2017, the mechanism was asked to provide for this specialized team, and the Spanish answered with this specific team to go there and give advices, right? And this was the only experience of a team sent by the European Commission for the protection of cultural heritage. And then we had, with the emergency of Ukraine, the requests for material and equipments dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. So we had the opportunity since 2022 to send some countries, Italy, Germany, Norway, Belgium, sent some materials, some equipments dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. And this is all. It's all. So you can understand that in 25 years, the European Commission never considered the need of helping the country also in this specific side. So, but in the last year, something happened because in 2022, there was a discussion which took place at European level for reviewing these kind of capacities, this kind of modules, so this kind of specific teams that can be sent for helping the affected country. And among those, for the first time, there was the idea of creating also specific capacity for the protection of cultural heritage. This discussion went on for 3 years, but at the end, in 2025, so a few months ago, there was the publication of this Commission implementing decision, which officially include one, among all the capacities, the civil protection capacities, also the one dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. So today we can have inside the European Civil Protection Team, the team I was talking about, which goes to help the country in organizing all the activity, we can include cultural heritage experts, and most important, we can have modules, civil protection modules, dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. Inside the annex of this implementing decision, you will find, I think you cannot read here because it's very small, but you can find the specific diagram, the specific sheet dedicated to the protection of cultural heritage. So what the module should be able to do to go in a country and help in the protection of cultural heritage. And any country of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism can propose their own team, their own national team about the protection of cultural heritage. So everything has to be right now. I know that already Germany and France are working to ask for the inclusion of this module inside the European list. Also Italy, of course, is working on that. So I think it's a really great achievement that we all together had, because now I think that from this moment, we will see more MODEX exercises, including cultural heritage, and we will see more emergencies, unfortunately, but it's like that, emergencies where cultural heritage site will be considered as a specific topic and a specific activity of the overall general disaster risk management activity. So with this, I concluded. Veronica. Great, because if I have 5 minutes, I will show you the video about the Procalter project, which can give you a better idea of ¿qué tengo que hacer?
Hai bisogno di aprire un documento, no? Un video.
È questo link che io ho dato.
Aspetta un attimo. Non mi devi copiare.
Sì, credo di sì, eccolo.
Eccolo qua.
Porque tiene que salir de la presentación.
Se oye, ¿no?
Tiene que cerrar la presentación.
¿No se ve?
No, no se está viendo.
Se oye. Ah, bueno, se oye por el...
Claro.
Ahora sí.
Thank you. finish. So if you have any question, I'm here, or I don't know.
Dopo facciamo...
After, okay. Thank you.
Ok, paramos para un descanso y un café.
Okay, so we are coming back from this coffee break with the intervention by Mr. Javier Martinez Martinez. We decided to change his order in the agenda. So he was first he was planned to participate yesterday, but he's going to be with us today. So he's going to talk us about structural resilience of cultural heritage to extreme directional hydrometeorological events in the context of climate change, Project Rescue. So he's Mr. Martinez. He's a doctor of geological engineering and an expert in petrology and applied petrophysics. His research focuses on the use of rock as a building material in cultural heritage and the analysis of the provenance of heritage stone as well as the process of deterioration that affect it. These lines of research are being developed within the framework of 26 research projects, national, international, European, regional, and he's involved in up to 18 research contracts. So the results obtained have been published in more than 60 scientific publications, and he's participated in more than 150 national and international conferences. So these works and projects focus on case studies such as the Roman aqueduct in Segovia, or the monument, the Iberian monument in Pozo Moro in Albacete, and so on, many other examples. He currently leads 2 projects focused on the deterioration processes affecting cultural heritage and regarding climate change and the quantification of the rates of alteration or weathering. And the floor is yours, Javier. Well, hello. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to present the goals and the results of the rescue project. It is a great honor. It is a privilege for me to be here, to have the opportunity to share with you all that we are doing in this rescue project, on the research lines, the goals. So sharing these ideas and being here with you as the responsible of the project, it's a great opportunity to create connections that may be useful to implement some of the results of our research, maybe in the conservation of a number of monuments. Why not? Well, this intervention, this small conference is probably different from the other interventions because up to now we've been dealing with resilience, recovery, intervention during a number of events, disasters such as the fire in Cordoba, or after disasters such as the earthquake of Lorca. But now we're going to tackle heritage conservation from a preventive point of view, meaning that we will deal with measures to avoid or to reduce the possibilities of disasters. And we'll also be dealing with what we call the silent disaster, because we're going to be working or analyzing the weathering of monuments that pass by unseen or unnoticed, because it's not on the news, or because we don't see it every day, because there is a deterioration process or a weathering process, for instance, because of the wind, because of rainfall, because of storms, and all these weather or hydrometeorological events produce a number of alterations in the heritage sites that do not lead to major changes, really, that we can notice from one day to another, but it leads to erosion or to a process, an evolution that we can notice after many years. And besides that, in the framework of the climate change, this kind of weather events or climate events, these storms or high-speed winds, are going to be happening more frequently and with a higher intensity. It is not new to have an extreme rainfall, such as in the Dana. It is not new to have some days with a very intense wind. But what is new, it's the frequency and the intensity that we will be seeing in the next future, so in the close future. So this is going to produce small changes, let's say, slight changes that we won't notice like that straightforward, but this will lead to serious problems with the time. So I'm going to start sharing a piece of news that was published in a number of media about the building of what they call the largest dam in Spain in order to protect the Turuñuelo site, which is an archaeological site located in Extremadura. So the regional government of Extremadura will invest almost 7 million euros in a structure measuring 116 meters and with a green coverage that is going to be an extra measure and additional protection, and it's going to be a great milestone and also a great investment to protect this archaeological site. So this is an example of a big shield, a big dome to protect the cultural heritage, and we have many examples of this. For instance, we have one in Burgos, in the monastery of San Juan, that was awarded with the Grand Prize of European Heritage, Europa Nostra, and we have this engineering work with this big plain rooftop or roof coverage to protect this monastery. And we have many examples of shields like this all around Spain and all around the world, of course. We have a spectacular example here that will be the huge structure that was built to protect the ruins of the Hamar Cathedral in Norway. This is a huge metallic glass structure in order to protect this Roman cathedral. So then again, more examples of shields to protect different sites. But we have also smaller, more humble examples with small shields or small protective elements in order to cover not only big sites, but also particular elements of the architecture. So a couple of years ago, in 2022, we saw this news about a call for proposals for shields or protections to cover the portico of the León Cathedral.
And in Cathedral, there was a competition was opened in León to protect this portico, this closed host, to protect the facade. So 3 types of shields, and the idea was to try to mitigate the impacts of climate agents or meteorological agents. The middle one was the one that won a glass shield protecting 2/3 of the monument, so the facade is visible and so on. And who cleans the glass? And also this was very interesting. Here we have this protection, this shield in Saint Mary of Olite in Navarra, and this was created to protect the polychrome that you can see here of the 13th century, and that has been preserved in its original condition. And these kind of covers or protections, shields, elements that will preserve parts of a monument or a whole monument, we find all sorts of them all over the country, more or less invasive, more or less aesthetics, but also based on traditional ideas, because we've always tried to find roofs or protections for the protection of monuments, and some others are more innovative. And we do have many examples, and this is what we've used as a seed for our project. Here we have this example in Norway, also a portico in a facade in Ciuentha, in the Ciuentha Cathedral. And we ask ourselves, what is the purpose of these shields covering the monument or part of it? We see two types of solutions. On one hand, we try to generate an attractive space, not exposed to the wind, the sun, and other climate elements. So in a space that is comfortable for the visit, but also generating an urban space that allows for concerts or activities to be held and make these lively use of the monument, and then also added value to the monument with big structures, with innovative structures that will add this added value. This will attract people to see the monument, but also to see that big structure that is a solution in terms of preservation. And then there is another measure that accompanies these actions, and that is to preserve the monument. So that's the purpose, to preserve the ruin, the monument, or part of a monument. If the structure is created to generate space that will be comfortable for the visit, we have nothing to say from our project. If the purpose is to generate added value, because these are attractive structures, very innovative, and that generate interest among visitors too, we have nothing to say either. But if the purpose is to preserve the monument, that's where our project wants to intervene. And this is where the rescue project goals are considered, because shielding the heritage, these measures are often not carried out taking into account what the agents are: wind, sun, the low humidity, air. What is it that is generating a what is damaging, in fact, the monument? So we don't consider the agent. Perhaps it's humidity that is ascending from the soil. So a shield will not generate a solution. We need something else. So a previous study is always necessary to identify the source of the damage. But in many cases, these type of protective measures are taken without any previous surveys or studies. And this is the seed of our rescue project, a research project carried out by the Autonomous University of Madrid and my institute as well, and with the funding of the government of Spain. Up to now, when the conservation study of a monument was carried out, and also when we studied the climate or the weather around the monument, well, the climate up to now has been considered as a unique system. Wind, rain, temperature, sun, many climate variables. But in our rescue project, our proposal is that the climate system in which the monument is located should be divided into two subgroups. A system where we have the isotropic parameters that are not direct, have no impact of direction. For example, if temperature of air in the summer, this will be reaches 40 degrees, this means that all the facades will suffer from high temperature. Also rainfall, if it's 40 liters, for example, we will have the same rain in different parts of the monument. So these are variables that will affect the whole of the building. But then There is a second system that is the anisotropic system with variables that are affected by direction. For example, wind. The facade I want to protect, if it's with the wind or protected from the wind. If the facade is suffering from the wind-driven rain, because that's the situation where there's rain and wind, at the same time, if that area that I intend to protect is going to suffer from wind-driven rain, then we have to take that into account. And if it's situated in on a different facade, then it's something different. And we need to analyze the frequency, intensity, and direction of all these parameters to identify the variables that are acting with the intensity and frequency that are appearing, and then this will allow me to design the plans for the protection of heritage and identifying where and I need to implement the protective element. In the context of climate change, wind-driven rain, solar radiation during droughts, all these will be increased in the future, as well as, for example, hail. And these are the types of things we need to take into account for our plan. An example of what we do in our project, I have this case study, a very simple one, the Ferreyes Tower on the coast of Almeria, southeastern Spain. And in our project, we select this type of simple study cases, quite limited in rural areas with little population, for two reasons: because research centers and also don't usually pay much attention to them because of the difficulty in terms of access, and then also these monuments have not been protected. The last intervention in this tower was in the 18th century, so not many restoration actions have been carried out. So here we can analyze the accumulation of these climate phenomena on the building without the restoration, which would be deleting the information that can be collected in that sense. In this case, we've carried out a 3D analysis of the surface, and this has led to this erosion model. We obtained the intensity of erosion on the surface of the tower. It's a cylindrical tower, so we have all the different facades. It is in a very aggressive area. It's a sandbar on the coast facing the sea and close to saline areas, a salt lake, and no shielding, no protective element close to the monument. So on this erosion surface that has been obtained using this model, if we deploy this surface, we obtain a 2D plan where we have the orientation, the azimuth, east, north, west. So we've opened up, let's say, the cylinder, and then we also have the height, and with the different colors we have the depth of the erosion. So we see that the erosion is not isotropic, so not homogeneous. There are two clear areas, a lower area, a higher area too, with an intense erosion, quite homogeneous. On the basis, we see a constant erosion area. This is associated to the salty water that is in the soil and that is ascending up the tower, and this is increasing the erosion of the basis of the tower. And then on top, we see that of the tower, we see that there is an area where there is a higher concentration of erosion. That area, well, we've seen that some of the stones have fallen off. So in rescue, we want to analyze the exposition environment. So we analyze the climate threats that have been affecting the tower for the last 30 years, the wind, the intensity, orientation, hail, driven rain, and so on. So we overlap all that information, and here we have the erosion map I showed earlier, and we've overlapped the frequencies and intensities of wind. In red, intense wind of over 15 meters per second. So taking into account this azimuth, we see the areas where there is a high frequency and intensity of winds. In yellow, I don't know if you can see this well, we have the solar radiation. That's the yellow line. So in the southern part, we have a greater impact of solar radiation. In blue line, that's the driven rain. So intense rain and wind, and this means that the rain is impacting on the tower. So this matches the wind orientation. And then we see the atmosphere or the environment is not isotropic. We don't have the same impacts all around the tower. There are different intensities, and this means that there is a greater damage in some of the facades or parts of the monuments. So our proposal would be to intervene in different ways around the tower. The solar radiation that is leading to the dilated salts and dilated elements, and the areas also mostly affected by wind between 200 and 330 degrees south and southwest. So our proposal is to build a barrier that would reduce the impact of wind, driven rain, and solar radiation on the tower. We do not need to build this shield on the tower itself, but we can do it at a certain distance, but with the right orientation, the right azimuth. These could be architectonic, engineering, barriers, temporary, depending on the alerts and alarms from the weather reports, or natural barriers, low cost. We can plant some palm trees not far away from the towers, and this will reduce the driven rain, for example, and the impact of wind too. These are preventive measures and of low cost, but quite great efficacy. Very briefly, we can say that the issue of the conservation of heritage, and I'm a geologist, and from the point of view of stone, this is very complex. In our project, there are 3 lines. First, we analyze the vulnerability of materials. This is a very complex theme. We usually say stone is very resistant because we believe that it is, we have this idea in our mind that it will be long-lasting. But we do know that stone is not always as resistant. There are some stones that are very vulnerable, and not all materials will resist erosive agents and time. And not all materials respond in the same way to the same processes. Here we have some examples. We have 2 types of stones. And you see on blue the situation or the reaction of the stone in these processes of freezing and defreezing. So we do this in the lab. Biocalcarenite is very resistant to these processes on the left, and nevertheless we see on the right that there the stone is very much affected. It's sandstone, and in red, with the red arrow, you have the crystallization of salts, and we see that the first stone is very vulnerable to the crystallization of salts. The sandstone is also affected by these processes, but we see a different impact in the different type of stone depending on the process. This is why we need to know very well the resistance of the material, how it will behave, what is affecting it, and how it responds. Without all this information, it is very difficult to define or propose effective measures for protection and prevention of monuments. Also, we have climatic hazard analysis. In collaboration with the University of Valladolid, we are preparing these maps on the climatic hazards in different parts of the territory. Here we're not talking about temperature, but the ones that affect stones. The indexes of freezing, thawing, the salt crystallization processes with indexes, and we have the identification of areas where these processes are more aggressive and other regions with less aggressive processes. And we've been analyzing this for the last 30 years, and this shows a trend to know if these threats are increasing or reducing with time. We can do a projection on the basis of those trends to know whether the conditions will be more or less the same as during the last 30 years, or if there are going to be trends and evolutions in those trends to predict what the situation will be in 2050, to know whether climatic threats will be higher or lower. That's the second line. And the third line of our rescue project is the preparation of a methodology where all these elements that have been studied are applied to specific monuments and specific case studies. I've talked about the mapping of the Spanish territory, also the analysis in the lab with regards to the behavior of materials, and here we have a methodology that will allow us to carry out a one-year analysis to be able to determine what is happening to a specific monument. We have these stations. We call them the boxes. These are boxes that take into account the different coordinates, and on the surfaces of the box we place different samples of stones, metals, wood, whatever, and all of the mortar too. These stations have sensors in order to measure the rain, temperature, relative temperature, sun radiation, etc., to study in detail the ambient exposure of the monument. After 1 year, we use X-rays and imaging analysis, and we can determine what are the materials that are suffering a greater erosion, on what facade, and also the climate variables that are generating the deterioration, the weathering rate. So we've placed 6 boxes in 6 different sites with different weather conditions, and we are testing whether the methodology is liable. And that way, for the preventive proposal of a monument with just a one-year study where we are going to be analyzing the different variables and the impact on the materials, we will know what are the most appropriate measures for that monument. So the materials that need greater protection and against which agents. So for example, in the Cathedral of León, so if before thinking about how to protect that 13th century gantry, we had carried out this type of analysis with the specific materials of that facade and to identify what are the facades that are suffering more, then we can identify the real causes that generate deterioration of the cathedral, and we would be able to decide on which are the most appropriate alternatives for the protection of the cathedral. Thank you. Thank you very much, Javier. And now I invite all the presenters to sit with us here for the round table. Javier, come and sit with us too. Juan Carlos, Verónica. Congratulations for your contributions. They have been very interesting. I would like to start the discussion, and I would also like to invite the audience to ask questions or anything that they consider of interest. I've been taking notes, and after listening to you all, well, I think that, of course, planning, preventing, and thinking in advance, that, of course, is the purpose, or, of course, carrying out previous analysis and using the technology that is available to us right now. And we need to consider that knowledge and be able to plan so that in case of disaster or event, we can act. We also always say that we need to learn from lessons after an experience. So I would have a question to to all of you from your discipline. How would you improve the elements that are not controlled? So we always afterwards say that there are situations that could have been better managed, and nevertheless we are supposedly we know how to mitigate the impact. So who would like to start? Veronica, I don't know. I support what Juan Carlos said. In terms of emergencies and in terms of security, we cannot consider that everything's fine, because the cathedral does have systems, and then we find out that the systems are vulnerable. We cannot trust everything is under control, because then there are fires, accidents, earthquakes, experiences, situations in the Mirab. What our colleague from Javier said, you can protect something, and then you may end up damaging what you wanted to protect. So prevention is something that needs to be reviewed, and thank you for this question. And also there's something that is very important and I'd like to highlight, and that is communication. If communication is bad or on the basis of false things, then you can also receive communication that is not correct. And this leads to damage in terms of the heritage, but also reputational damage. And that's something that does have an influence, and that was also our case. I didn't want to go to the social media to say any comments. I didn't, people saying it was jihadism or whatever. No, it's the police who needs to do an investigation, and their conclusions will be final for me. And so communication is also very important, and institutional relations are very important. I would like to thank ICOMO and UNESCO. UNESCO sent a letter to us, and this is for me a reference. From the tragedy, we went to epic levels, and this was really very important for me, because if you receive support from the authorities, then it's fantastic, because other opinions can be very false or misleading. Now, personally, the intervention of the police, my personal impression, the intervention of the police, the insurance companies and so on, many things that have a repercussion, and it's very important to support people who are working there. An accident and different machines and so on. But there's always a person. There was a person there who, you know, used a machine in the morning, and the machine was on until the night, and that person feels very guilty and very responsible. And there were people visiting and controlling the area, and there's also suffering by that person who probably a person who couldn't sleep for many days, and then the police ended up saying that this was an accident. And then what about the restitution justice? That's also important. Amen.
Well, I did a short scheme. I took a couple of notes. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think your intervention was great, and because we're friends here, we can say more things, and because we have our priest here, so he can be there in case we sin. So I believe there is a missing element that are values, heritage values, that's going to determine our actions. So if you have to take action during or after a disaster, everything would be based in a keyword that has to be everywhere, that is knowledge. Knowledge is extremely important. Without knowledge, we can't determine, in this case, which are the values that go together with this heritage asset or site or whatever. So, which are the material conditions needed to protect the value as well. And those are the elements we need to protect, besides, of course, protecting matter, because we are talking here about world cultural heritage, and values are the key element associated to these sites or buildings or elements. And according to all that, we will define the criteria. So it's not the same to have an intervention by Civil Protection EU in Mexico, for instance, where the mission sent for the first time by Europe was not like sending firefighters to extinguish a fire, and Italians are so good at that, and we start to be good here in Spain as well, even though we have different means and we are not coordinated for the homologation of these materials. But that's another story. But from Mexico, we had a Spanish mission sent by Civil Protection Europe, and the goal of this mission was because there was a deterioration of cultural site so important that many buildings had lost more than 80% of value or of loss, and the minimum loss was 60%. So the goal of the Spanish mission here was to support the Mexican government, because UNESCO was very worried about the kind of intervention that was to be deployed. But now we have this image of Notre Dame, and now we know how this is done. But there it was completely new. So which were the criteria not to avoid losing cultural heritage when in a property, in an asset, 80 or 60% of the value was lost? Well, then we need to act based on values, not only the values that go associated to this cultural asset, but the collective values. What means for the citizenship to recover this cultural heritage, right? So I'm still in Mexico, so all the cultural heritage, religious cultural heritage, is property of the state, is state-owned. So citizenship was defending their cultural heritage, and so they created areas for praying outside the churches, and there were signs with messages like, cultural heritage is not destructed here. We do not destruct cultural heritage here, right? This was the claims of the citizenship. So there are values, and I insist, values need to be protected, and collective values. For instance, recovering this religious use for some places. Those values will determine the criteria. Bien. Pienso que he entendido más o menos todas las respuestas. Todas
continue what Juan Carlos was saying about the values. Because in my experience now, I talk about the Italian experience, not about ProCulture, okay? In my experience, I have to highlight two aspects. One is the one Juan Carlos was saying about the values, and the other one is the needs of knowing each other and defining procedures before something happened. Among my experience, I had the opportunity to work in both the earthquakes, L'Aquila and Central Italy. And in these two experiences, one was in 2009, the other was in 2016. Things changed a lot in Italy, because in 2009 we didn't have specific procedures. So what we did, what we put on to manage the activity on cultural heritage was something which came from the experience that what we did in the past, we repeated again. And we realized that there were many, many problems because we didn't have these procedures, and that was meaning that we didn't know who involved, for example, in the activity, such in Lorca earthquake, and we had to decide everything at that moment. Then, after this earthquake, we defined procedures. So we included in our civil protection code, specifically included the activity of shoring and protecting cultural heritage, and we defined a specific procedure that was published by the Ministry of Culture for how to act during emergency. So which were the actors to be involved according to each activity, so according to movable, to immovable. And what happened in the second earthquake, in Central Italy earthquake, was that we already knew what to do. So it was completely different. We were faster, we were already organized, and things were getting really better comparing with the first one. And about the value, I wanted to say that, this is a really important point, because in both these earthquake experiences, as civil protection side, we realized that even if there were some lists coming from the Ministry for Culture, when people went in the places, in the affected places, in the communities, there were some other values that were coming out, which were about, for example, the little Madonna inside the small church, which didn't have an important value from the artistic point of view, but it was the main God, the main cultural heritage for that community. So we started to work a lot with firefighters and with police forces. We have this Carabinieri unit, which is specialized in cultural heritage, to help people in deciding what was important and to help them to rescue these specific gods that were probably not listed, but were so important for them. And when some people came to us and said, for example, why did you decide to start fixing and to start showing churches instead of houses? Because people are without their houses. And we answered, this is what the community wants. So.
Muy interesante. Sí. Bueno, ¿se oye? Sí.
Well, Juan Carlos knows this is something I usually insist a lot on, because on the paper we can do everything, but then in real life, when we work in the administration, just circulate a paper is not easy, you know, when we have to make purchasing procedures and all that has to do with works. We're always asking support from the administrations in order to ease the processes of restoration and in order to be more adapted to the reality, to the real situations, in all that has to do with purchasing regulations. And so we need to have some chapters, some specific provisions for restoration activities, because we have a cultural, social dimension that creates wealth, but in terms of the protection of the heritage, cultural heritage, we have a number of definitions, and the assets are very well listed with the level of protection. But then we need more flexibility for a certain number of procedures. I don't know if for the church purchasing procedures are easier than for the administration. I would like to know if this need we do have when we work with the administration is the same or not. For instance, the time you need to create, to draft and to approve a safeguard plan or a self-protection plan are the same for the church and the administration or not. I believe that for the mosque cathedral in Cordoba, it might be easier. I don't know which are the delays you work with or which are the actions you carry out. Is it any easier? I believe it is, because from 2005 you've carried out several revision processes of the plans, so I can imagine it is faster for you, for the church. And I will also highlight once again that this demand as professionals of the restoration of cultural heritage, we will really like to be faster in all that has to do with documents and relationship with the administration, coordination with other groups, even with the ministry, with the regional government, that requires us to be coordinated with other administrations, and we need to ease all those processes and insist on this. I think we have an opportunity to improve here in this area. And I will give the floor to Agustin, that's going to tell us, maybe you can tell us about the delays, the timing for all that has to do with purchase processes. Yes. Well, I'm not an expert on this area, but it is a part of the chapter of the cathedral, and we always work with technical projects, and these technicals are always approved by the Department of Culture. It is fast enough, but it could be faster. I mean, don't be jealous. We would really like, in terms of security, for instance, now we want to have cameras to monitor the roof, and we're creating a project for that. And so, because we do not want a person to do all the surveillance there, we want the cameras. And we've been waiting for like 8 months. So it's not so efficient, because we have to get the projects approved by the Department of Culture. Yeah, we are a little bit faster. And then for the purchasing processes, we're very happy because the maintenance staff are 42 people, and it is in-house staff, and it is very helpful for the restoration. This staff, they are really committed. So we had 2 people at the beginning for the maintenance services, and then it was a Friday of August, and we had 15 people coming to work after the fire. This is a commitment, a personal commitment of the members of the staff, and we're going to acknowledge that publicly, because this is something you can't pay with money. Money can't pay it when at 9 in the afternoon, people started to know there is this problem, there is this fire, and then the next day you have 15 members of the staff there for you. But we still, even though our situation is very good because it was an emergency work, we've been super fast, but we still need to cope with delays because we need the intervention of many technicians. Okay, so we have a couple of hands raised in the audience. Okay, so congratulations to everyone. We've had the chance to discover different examples of preventive and reactive conservation, and I'm very glad to hear that the European Union is already considering cultural heritage protection inside the civil protection area. So we need to protect our cultural heritage. It is a responsibility of all of us. And Javier, I really loved your intervention as well, because involving the research community in the protection of cultural heritage is essential, of course. Do you have any connection with the General Direction of Cultural Heritage Protection of the Ministry? Because I think that would be very useful in order to protect those values, as Juan Carlos said, because this transdisciplinary dimension of the cultural heritage protection. So we have extraordinary works carried out by the research community, but I don't know if you have the connection, the entry point to take your findings to the real world work, to the day-to-day work, and to protect this exceptional universal value that Juan Carlos just mentioned, such as in the case of Mexico. Well, thank you very much for your words. Yes, I wanted to add precisely something in connection with what Agustin just said, because I do not work in cultural heritage management. I do not have to work with all this. I do not have to cope with all this paperwork. Yes, you don't do that, but your work is essential for the managers to do the job properly. So we need to highlight this need to have different expertises and different professionals participating in different parts of the process. So cultural heritage is not anymore something limited to architects or experts. We need a multidisciplinary team. We need the scientific community that plays an essential role. Yes, of course. And from the scientific area, we do not have these paperwork issues, but we have a lot of trouble finding funds and also sharing our results with the public or with the persons in charge of the management. And these are barriers, invisible barriers, and it is very difficult, and we're guilty a little bit of this as well, because we are very into our community and not so much looking outside. But when we look outside, the reality is not so convenient for us, not so open maybe to us. So that's why this kind of events where we can be together with different profiles, it's a great opportunity to maybe launch some kind of projects or collaborations. But besides all those problems, we have this visibility, communication projects and problems, and yeah, it is a strong barrier for us. And for the execution of the rescue project, in our first proposal, we included as a part of the working team heads of an association, an institution that manages cultural heritage. I won't say the name, but we wanted to involve these profiles in order to be able to communicate the results to these institutions that might be in contact with other institutions. And it hasn't been possible. No way. It's a very strong barrier and very difficult to overcome. Well, I would like to add something for Maria. Now we have a recovery project in the medullas. The recovery of medullas. And adding up on this scientific vision, I have to say that this project of the medullas involves a number of scientific experts. It is a very powerful group, a very strong, solid team, scientific team with a lot of research. Yes, so if you're interested in this multidisciplinary, I have to say that CSIC is working for free. Yeah, but we're talking about public administrations here in Spain. This man belongs to the Ministry of Science and Innovation, and why couldn't he be in touch with the Ministry of Culture, for instance, in order to improve this reactive conservation of a monument while they are carrying out these kind of studies, right? Of course, there are good examples, and we are more and more aware of this. But yeah, I think in particular for the rescue program that he just presented to us, and I was wondering, they are studying, they're analyzing the resilience of a number of materials. They're doing it on site, right? It's not a lab. So why there is not this connection? I'm sure there is a reason, but I think we could try to foster this kind of collaborations, this cross-sector or cross-administration collaboration, because inside, I mean, this is not even a public-private collaboration, it is inside the administration, it's just different ministries. They could really have a chance to work for the same goal. 30 seconds. Well, it's I'm going to make a little bit of propaganda of my organization. We also work for free. We do not charge, and we use our own funds, our own membership funds, and we are 400 experts, high-level experts, and we participate in all the roundtables in Medulla project, and we are not the administration, we are not officials, we are a non-profit public utility organization, and we are there to protect and to foster the conservation of cultural heritage. Javier and then Celia. Yes, these are huge challenges that require to integrate science and technology, as it is said in our title, in the title of our conference. So we have to ensure that all of us working in different areas, we should improve the capacity of connection of managers with the scientific world, even companies, technologues, to ensure this direct transfer. So we have the professionalization with these new profiles, with these new expertise profiles, in order to ensure these connections. It is something that we need, and we need it now, not in the future. We need it now. You brought up the Medullas project, and I know you both involved in the analysis and in the proposal of actions or measures to be taken. And I don't know if it is too much to ask, because it is something complementary to what we've been dealing with this morning. What could have been done better in terms of prevention? What were the missing elements in the prevention? What's interesting about the restoration projects for the future? Well, what was missing? Let's see. Okay. I mean, maybe it's not the moment to point at the mistakes or the faults. There was not a management plan, right? There wasn't any management plan. And 1 year ago, the current director, Juan Carlos Prieto, he had a team drafting the management plan. This management plan that is mandatory because it is a World Heritage Site, right? And they didn't have the time to draft it because they've been forced to adapt it now and to turn it into a recovery plan. But it was the missing element, the management plan. And this is a very common problem. Management plan, we also have self-protection plan, safeguard plans, everything, all that is involved in the management plan that is modified progressively, and the self-protection plan changes also with the time. It's not a document that is there in a drawer. No, it is an evolving document, and this is always what we're asking for. UNESCO and ICOMOS, we always insist on the management plan. Yes, absolutely. I'm working with the CSIC, the Center of Research of the Spanish administration, and yeah, that's missing, not only for Las Medullas, but in general. We are lacking of prevention plans, management plans, the identification of threats and potential disasters, and what do we have to protect. There are many lacking elements in there, and from the CSIC, for the work with Las Medullas, we propose many interesting lines, and we hope this will be developed in the future. But these lines require time. We need time to create models, to carry out essays, and to design the quick response mechanisms. So all these lines will be developed in the mid-long term, but now we are analyzing what's current situation, what can we do now, today? But for the management plans, preventive conservation, there we would really appreciate to be involved, to involve the scientific community and to give us time to create models, science-based models, and not disaster-based models. Yeah, all that is great. But what about citizenship? What about communities? They have to be there from the very first moment. This is something we forget sometimes. Citizens are there. They are the ones living and enjoying the cultural heritage today, and they are the ones passing it to the next generations. Good morning, my name is Celia Martinez. I'm a professor here at the University of Granada, and I am a member of the board of director of ICOMOS International. And I wanted to add something to what Juan Carlos said in particular, just to, because it's something that I've seen very recently. This week we have held our our international assembly, annual assembly in Nepal, and the main topic was preparation and post-disaster actions. So we are dealing with this matter. This is part of our job. We have a lot of actions and examples, case studies that could be very useful for those working in this field. And currently we are working on 3 international charters. We hope they will be approved in the next General Assembly of ICOMOS in Malaysia next year, with 3 topics: prevention against fire. Second document is the work on restoration and the conservation of architectural structure in case of disaster. And the third document, which is a little bit more long-term, is a charter on the capacity of ICOMOS to intervene, to act in this kind of events. And we also have many other projects that are being carried out in conflict areas, such as Palestine, Gaza, and other places, yeah. So all that is available in case you're interested. Another hand in the audience?
I have a request. I'd like to start congratulating all of you because I really enjoyed your presentations. But also, well, we need to be aware of the fact that World Heritage Sites have resources available that are not available to small churches in the rural area, for example. So now that Priest Agustin is with us, I would like to submit a request so that we can work and make sure that the community will participate too in those rural areas, because there you don't have a very complex professionalized team. You need the community to get involved, the local community, and you are there. You have those churches and you're in contact with those communities, and I think that could be a great fruit out of this round table. Well, yes, I take good note of that, and I believe that now we can close this session. And thank you very much. What time are we coming back? Now we're going for lunch, and when are we coming back? At 3 p.m., so quick lunch.